everyone. We are going to participate in the LudumDare today with the minicast. I said LudumDare 59. Is it actually LudumDare 59? I'm not sure what the number is. Might be wrong. Is it 59? Yeah, it is. Okay, the theme is Signal. Okay, good. And the page says edit me. Amazing. Classic LudumDare. Hello, Penguin Operator. All right, so we need to make a game about signals, whatever that means. So if you have any ideas, let me know. We can discuss things. I'm going to be thinking about the game idea here a little bit. We need to make something very, very small because we're testing minicast. I'm just going to be set up the project. I guess. So let's do GitHub repo create from scratch called LudumDare 59. Goofy man. Game for LudumDare 59 minicast. We don't need description. Public. Nope. Nope. License, sure. I should change my Git to use the thing. Or is it like looking at my GitHub? Huh. Anyway. Alright, let's start with the with the Nix Flake, of course. Right, so I'm going to not use the bootstrap. I'm going to use the self-hosted version of cast, which includes the minicast. Cast is inputs cast system default. Okay. Right. I'm not going to do the packages. I'm going to do just the dev shell. All right, let's see. We need GCC. Might need the garbage collector, raylib, mscripton, caddy, sure. Then JS runtime is not needed, right? I'm going to keep the client here too. Oh, this is like the relive web. So this is not going to be self. I can import the relive web from the cast. I suppose that would work. Hello, Nertzel. Filter is technically unnecessary. Um, are you picking up the signal? Oh, yes. The theme sucks, right? But we have to do something about it. We need to do something with the theme anyway. So what will it be? What is the game that you're thinking of when you hear Signal? You like Signal? All right, yeah, sure. It's not the worst theme ever, but all right. The thing that I'm thinking about when I hear the Signal is like signals in the Factorio. You know, when you're doing the trains. Am I going to make it a game about the trains though? I don't know. I don't think so. Make it better than Plantile. Well, are you going to add trains to Plantile? I need to add cast. How do I do it? Like git, GitHub, castline cast, self-host. It's like revision is self-host or something, or is like branch self-host. And submodules is one. Is that what we want? Maybe something more organic than trains, worms. So just portals, basically, right? You go underground, you appear above ground. Or do you mean you're actually going to still ride the thing? Let's see what other people are doing too. Mr. Signal. Whatever that means. Is that a Green Lantern? I've never watched Green Lantern. I'm not sure what Green Lantern is about. It's like a superhero from Marvel or something, right? Could not get ref from repo using master. What? Okay, hold on. I don't remember how we need to do this. Nix git flake ref git. It's Git plus. Is that it? Is it Git plus GitHub? Unsupport parameter branch. Is this rev? So annoying. Git Nix Blake the input git with submodules. Git plus https GitHub. Unknown hash algorithm self. Wait, what? Where? What if I do this? Yes, but I need the branch. Why is it so annoying? I already did this before, I just don't remember the syntax. Where's the documentation? Lakes. Lake schema inputs. Documentation sucks. Path like, oh wait, hold on. URL like syntax. Like references, okay. This is commit hash. Okay, we need not ref, we need ref, right? That's different. Is that what was missing? Seems like it is. Okay. All right, signal, guys. Signal. What is this? Angular? Traffic signal shenanigans. How long Fantods? Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Always just stream. Are you guys doing the LudumDare?
Take it easy.
See you.
See ya.
Right.
Oh no? Hi, I'm here too now. Oh, hello, bad cop. Just chilling. All right, we are doing the LudumDare. Here I'm just starting. It started like what, like 6 hours ago, but I was sleeping. And the theme is Signal, and I have no idea what I'm making yet. LudumDare, no. All right, you guys hate LudumDare now? Should we team up? Even you want to team up with me? I'm just setting up the project here. Nothing works yet. Cast. Hello world. Okay, seems like it's working. You're ready to cast some signals? Okay, well, I mean, we need to come up with a game idea first, though. Of course. Right? Let's do this. Main is something. Do you have 3D yet? No, there is not going to be 3D. I'm doing Raylib. Technically, Raylib has 3D, I think, right? Raylib. Like, I can make the whatever Raylib can do. And I'm pretty sure they have 3D. Tone matching using AM and FM synthesis by ear. Like a radio simulator kind of thing. You need to catch the signal. Oh, speaking of catching signals, you know, like the thing. Okay, that gives me the idea actually. Yo, Sergeant Pepper, thanks for the raid too. Hello. Are you doing Wasm Raylib? I will try, right? So I was. Are you doing the LudumDare? Probably not, right, Sergeant Pepper? Wait, did I? Oh my god! Wait, did I not do the correct one? Oh my god! I I forgot the underscore. I'll do another shout out in a second. My bad. I should like copy paste. Like Twitch should make it easy to copy paste the names and to shout out the people who raid you or something, right? Actually, it's easy if I like click on the rating message. Right. You're not a real game dev. You can make a game in 5 days or something. Yeah. That's why you're making the MMO RPG as your first game, right? Yes. Well, I mean, once you make the game, though, you are going to become the real game dev for sure. If you don't consider one to be one yourself yet, the classic starter project, yeah. So yeah, I was like thinking about this, the and footlong sickle, long sickle. Thanks for the gifted stuff, Sergeant Pepper. Like you know when you like when you are like hiking or something, you need to catch the signal from a phone sometimes, so you need to like climb up the trees and something. Have you guys done that before? We can make a game about that maybe, where you need to like climb stuff to find the signal, right? Like you need to climb the mountain or something. No. You play as the traffic signal. You are the traffic. You are the signal. Yes. Get an iPhone with Starlink, easy. Yeah. I'm talking about like the past days. You know, when we were young and everything. No phones back then. All right. Maybe I'm not talking about all of us, but only like the ones that are not that old. Maybe you even play as the turn signal. All right, let me see if this works. Cast mini, compile, target, seam, source, main. Right? There we go. This prints me the C source code, which we will then need to convert. Let's do a just file here. Just build. Right? This is going to be cast mini, compile, target is seam, source, main MKS. We're going to output this to target main.c. Do you think anyone will make a trains game? Yeah, that was my first like thinking about the signals. The like when you play Factorio, it's all about the signals, right? And I mean, I guess there are other games with trains, but that's the one that I'm thinking of when I hear the signal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there will be a few. So to do this, then we do the GCC. GCC. I should probably just copy whatever I was doing here. Right. So we need to first compile minicast, right? Which is compiling it to C like this. And then we're going to compile seam. Which is going to say GCC target main C target main. We need to link raylib. And so like the problem with the WebAssembly though is that I will not be able to use the garbage collector then. I was using the BOMGC. Is there other alternatives of the garbage collectors for C which would allow me to use the garbage collector in C when using Emscripten? I mean, I don't need to. I feel like if we make it simple enough, right? I was just making the closures yesterday in Minicast, and it's a little annoying. I get, but I guess if we don't use closures, we could do the manual memory management. Just make your game 2 minutes long and force a relaunch. True. And to prevent the runtime though, right? Like this is not built into this thing. Reduce reuse recycle. Don't do garbage, right? Okay. I'm going to be thinking as I am like setting up the project here, right? Let me copy this too, actually. Right, we will try the WebAssembly. Like technically you're not required to make the web build, but no one is going to play the game. Do we need the people to play the game though? that I'm going to be making here. Build web. No, compile C, compile mscripten. Main C, Raylib web, target index HTML, serve HTML, serve web. It's going to be caddy file server. And the target. And then we're going to have build and run web. So this is going to be serve after building the web. We compile MKS and we compile mscripten. Logo PNG does not exist. Oh, right. Preload file. So this is going to be like assets, right? Preload file. I'll need to have a folder assets, which is going to be loaded on the web, right? File packager error, nothing to do. I need to have some asset. File.txt. This is here. So we have a file in assets. Okay. Yeah, and we don't do the serve, we do server web, right? There we go. Let's see what's going to happen here. Localhost. Is it 8081 still? Right, so we have this mscripten empty project here. I'm using minicast, the C backend, and through the mscripten we are doing the web, and we're going to use the Raylib, right? So this over here is the empty mscripten page, right? Because this is just an empty main file here. Right. I might need like some other things. So let's start by doing the Raylib bindings. I'm going to copy them from here. But they were not working yesterday because I was breaking things. So we're going to do something a little bit different. No, I did do the thing, but then I broke it yesterday is the problem, right? I don't, because I was making the closures, and so every function is now like needs to be a closure, but these things are actual functions and not closures, so we need to do it a little bit differently. But it's okay. I also need to have like the I don't know. Let's just have the standard library, maybe. Which is going to have the things like C to C string, for example, right? That goes into the standard library. Right. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. Let's start with initializing the window. Can I just comment everything else? I have not set up the comment stuff in the PEM, right? Okay. Let's see. So we include the Raylib, and we say init window with height and C to string to C string. Yeah, this should work. So we say over here Raylib init window, right? And Raylib just has the global init window thing here. So let's try to do that. Right? We say Raylib init window, something LudumDare 59, right? Just build and run. So this is not going to work because Raylib is not found, because I need to. We don't have like. We're doing it like C, where we need to specify all of the files that I'm compiling, right? So I need to compile the source main and compile source stdlib. Wait, can I just say? I think we can just compile all of the MKS files, right? Can we just do something like something like fd source extension is MKS or something? How do I do that? Base directory source, like that? Wait, can I... Wait, but I want to make it relative. It's not the base directory, is it? Well, I mean, there would be no... Like, I don't even need this, right? Because there would be no MKS files outside of the source directory anyway, I guess. Okay, type string is not found. Type string is not found. So for type string to be found, I need to compile. Hello, infinite coder. You escaped from class because it's boring. Are you going to do the LudumDare instead? Hello. I need to have this C backend. The cast path is what I need. Okay, I have a feeling though that I need the cast path to be there. So how would I do the cast path? I might do it as the like cast path is cast path, like that. Yeah, I think that would make sense. Hello, what are you making? I'm setting up the project to make the game for LudumDare. With my language, Raylib and Emscripten. And LudumDare is a game jam where we need to make a game in 2 days or 3 days. We'll see. Probably 2 days for the compo category. And it's going to be a very simple game. And the theme is Signal, and I have not came up with the game idea yet. I'm just going to do the Nix package of the cast math here. The theme is good, you've seen much worse? Yeah. Usually it is much worse. Yes. So I want to say that cast path is inputs, cast packages, system path, cast path. Right, like that. so now we have the cast path, right? And this is the this is like a folder in Nix, which has the standard library and everything that I need. Okay, so because in order to compile my minicast, I need to give it the runtime, which is not included by default when I'm building. Maybe it should, right? But I need to build with cast path, mini backends, C runtime MKS. That's what I need. Also, I need to prepend this thing here. The cast path mini backend C runtime. And then I think we should be good. String to C string is not found in the current scope, which is weird. Isn't C to C string the thing that is done over here? Yes. Which means that it should be found. So what are my files? FD extension MKS. Wait, this is not making the STD. Wait, what? Why is the FD not showing me this file? The STD lib MKS, or is this not saved? It's saved, right? Is it because it's ignored, maybe? But all of the files are ignored. So why is the std lib just not being added there? That's weird, is it not? Oh, the extension is KS, of course. And to say lib mks. There you go. Now we build and run. Okay, there we go. The array lib has initialized. I'm not like doing anything yet though. So yeah, let's do the next thing. Let's do the array lib bindings, right? We need to have the texture 2D. That's going to be the opaque type. Load texture. Let's just do all of these things immediately here. Raylib. Load texture. This would be native load texture. String to C string path. Okay. Raylib window should close is window should close just like that. Raylib begin drawing. Begin end. We have the RGBA color. Clear background. Draw texture. Close window. Railib is a framework built on top of SDL and OpenGL, correct? I have no idea. Probably not. Unless it's statically linking the SDL there. It probably has its own solution. And OpenGL, I'm not sure. I know that they have software render these days. Maybe they have other backends too in addition to OpenGL. Maybe not. I don't know, really. Is there something about it here? Unique OpenGL abstraction, RLGL. So I guess it is abstraction of the OpenGL. But the abstraction over OpenGL can do like they can work with Angle, I guess, which would allow you to run through the Metal and Vulkan and Direct3D too, or the software renderer. But yeah, technically it's still OpenGL, I suppose. Unload texture, no one needs to do that, right? Key up, and then we just have this set target FPS. Set target FPS. And set target FPS. And is key down. So we only have this Railib prefix for the function, not for the types or constants that those we can still import natively like that, I guess. And then I will fix so that we don't need to do this what I have done later either. All right, so we have the main, we need to init window, then we need to say like while, which we don't have whiles, but we will have the loops, right? And we will have unwindable, a main loop here. Instead, we do loop if Railib window. Do I not have the auto completions from this file? It's window should close. Then we unwind main loop. And this is going to be just the frame. Where we say Railib. We can do the Railib begin drawing and Railib and drawing over here. Right? Is that all that you need to do? Frame. So this was where we can do Railib clear background. Is that what it was called? With the color. Let's see. Red is 200, green is 200, blue is 255, alpha is 255, right? Something like that. There we go. And this works. And let me also just try to do the build and run on the web. But no, it's gc.h is not found. Wait, where is gc.h? I think gc.h is... Right, so we're going to try to not use the GC. After all, right? And we're not going to define malloc as GC malloc. Let's comment this out. Allocate array. This should also just be malloc. I mean, yeah, we're just going to define it to use that instead of the regular malloc, I suppose, and that would be okay. Wait, I broke something. Runtime line 37. Yeah, this should be like type info t.size, right? Okay, nice. So now we have the memory leak, but that's okay, right? We're just going to free this stuff after ourselves if we do allocate something. You're not interested in WASM from game dev? It feels like something you only use for game jams. I think I agree with that. But game jams are an important part of game development, in my opinion. That's how you like come up with the idea for your next big game. I mean, that's one of the ways. And this is one of the best ways to come up with the idea for your game. Because you can get instant feedback instead of making the game for 10 years and then canceling it the first like after the first week after it came out, like what happened to a bunch of games already. I don't know, especially like as an indie developer, you want to like in order to not burn out, you want some like confidence that what you're making doesn't suck, right? So you can just believe in yourself, or you can actually test the idea on the actual people so that the actual people will tell you if the game sucks or not, which is better. No? You don't playtest people games so that don't run in the browser. Well, what they're saying is that you basically, if your goal is to like be a game developer, you publish your game on Steam, right? Like you would play test the game if it was on Steam, right? Probably. If you're playing games, you wouldn't mind downloading a game on Steam, but yeah, you would not be just downloading a random binary from the internet to test someone's game. Most likely, even on the LudumDare, people have stopped doing that. A lot of people only play the web builds. Steam QA isn't that thorough. You trust the browser VM more. Well, I guess the argument here is the game jams are the game jams important basically at all, right? Like you can make games without participating in game jams, and then if you don't participate in game jams, do you even need the um to try and support the web, because it's a lot of pain instead of just making a native build. In your last game jam, you put a win binary and one top 17% people played it. That was around 6 months ago. No, people do play it. It's just like it's a lot less people that would play it. What did you participate in the LudumDare? Well, I mean, people would still play it, sure, just not as many. So what's the goal of your, like, if you're, it depends on your goals on the game jam too, I suppose. What is my goal here? Like, my goal is not really to make the people play this game here. I'm just trying to test my language, right? So I technically don't really care that much about the web, but still. Okay, look at this. We have the blue screen in the browser now. William Scripton, nice. Hello, Raylib and minicast. That's a magenta screen. I think we have different understanding of colors. All right, what is the game that we're going to make, right? What is the game that we're going to make? Any ideas? The theme is the signal. Anything that we can steal here? No. Maybe lower down. I like this guy. You like how flags interpolate in a linear path? Yeah. I mean, they are disconnected from the hands at all, it seems. Do they actually interpolate in linear? Okay, I was thinking of this. Is this good or not? Let's see. If we have like one of the signals that we can have is like the flares, you know, like you shoot the flare because you want to be rescued or something. And then we would go around and rescue people who are shooting the signals. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like ideally I would like something like a racing game, because that's the most fun. Like basically we go from one point to another point and we will rescue a bunch of people as soon as possible. I mean the SOS is the signal, right? Technically. But what would we like go around on? Do we just drive like like if I need to go around the obstacles, then driving the plane or something. Save our signals, yes. Driving the plane wouldn't make much sense, right? We need something that needs to go around the obstacles. So maybe we are on a boat and then we need to like go around things. Or is that not the like thing? You're a rescue plane, but you have to dodge the flares. um any other things? Maybe this is like too complicated though. Do I even want the map? I know that there is like cameras in Raylib, right? Begin mode 2D camera. Begin 2D mode with custom 2D camera. Set up the canvas to start drawing. End canvas and swap buffers. Double buffering. Hello Zent. I'm trying to come up with a game idea for the LudumDare. Rimworld, but you have to lure in pawns with some kind of signal. That's too complicated. I don't know. We need a simple game. Something like Flappy Bird, ideally. Actually. Begin VR stereo mode. Requires VR simulator. Can you make Space Invaders? Probably, yeah. Tolorensky. You can interpret signals as semaphore. But not just for cars, but for trains too. Yeah, but what's the gameplay there? Do you need to like actually stop on the signals or something? How hard would a 2G rigid body sim be? I mean, I guess technically we could import something like Box 2D maybe. Does this work with Emscripten? It probably does, right? There's a direct port using Emscripten. It's C++. Can you use it in C? I don't know. I probably would not, rather not, though. And we could implement the physics from scratch, but meh. Unless it's circles. Circle collision is easy to implement. I would do the circle physics. Did you say bird calls? It reminds me of animal, plant signals, and how? I have no idea what that means. No, I said we need a simple game like a Flappy Bird. Or Tetris, or like Pong, or something like that. This cursor on screen. What's a camera? Camera 2D defines position orientation in 2D space. And of course, the cheat sheet doesn't include the actual definition of the camera. Offset target. Screen space offset from the window origin. Camera target. Rotation and zoom. Okay, got it. Hold space target point that is mapped to screen space offset. Got it. Screen space offset from window origin. Is this like the target in window coordinates and this is the target in world coordinates? Is that correct? This is a little weird description here, in my opinion. You have to provide Wi-Fi coverage in office space. Not a bad idea, actually. Not a bad idea. The lighthouse. That's a good idea too. Cover with the Wi-Fi. So what would we do there? Just I don't know. I feel like if we need to cover with like the problem is that that kind of game would require a map, right? And I guess any like my previous idea would also require a map, which complicates the game further. Which might be a little bit too difficult. It depends. Like I might just hit the issues in the language is the problem. So I need to try write something first. But um, but in general, we would just like show the office. You need to go around and see what is not connected yet, and you need to. You do also need to do like the cable management. Um, or something. Coming up with game idea is difficult. I usually do it off stream all the time. And I think about it for multiple hours. Carnivorous plants lure and trap bugs with signals. Is that considered a signal? You can use a 2D map editor and export like JSON and load it as the map. Well, that means that we need to parse JSONs. That's too difficult. We don't want to be doing that. That's not ready yet. I mean, I would be able to do that in like cast, but I'm doing the mini cast, which is different. It's nothing is there yet, right? There is no standard library, nothing. Make a dating sim. Yeah, I did have that idea earlier, but I see how that is something that somebody else would make, though, not me. I feel like so like out of the metal detector game. Yeah, I think there's already a game like this, right? Metal detector simulator game. There is a game like that. Metal detecting simulator. I thought there was also something similar, but 3D. A text-based game where you have to decipher some hidden signal. Summoning 2. Well, I'm definitely not doing summoning. I'm not doing something multiplayer. And I'm not doing 3D. And I'm not doing the... Yeah. I was also thinking of a game, you know, like in the Squid Game, where you basically need to move when the signal is on, and you need to like freeze when the signal is off, right? Whatever that game was called. That would be a simple game, I guess. If I could do the multiplayer, actually, that would be cool. To do the multiplayer game like that, maybe. Do you think it would be difficult to do the MMO from scratch in minicast? It's not that difficult, right? I mean, I don't know how you do it in C, right? Because I would need the web sockets if we wanted to work on the web. That's probably too much work. Squid Game stop and go, but it's cars in traffic. And you can upgrade your car. What would the upgrade do, though? Force a green light. So is it okay? I mean, actually, I'm not. I do like this idea a little bit. So basically, what we could do, like, let's say that there is a big road like this, right? And then we basically go sections. Like this is going to be like the intersection or something, and there's going to be the lights, right? So you have to stop. But then there's like a bunch of cars, like a lot of cars, right? And then you are one of these cars, and you need to like go in between the cars basically to um to go forward, right? But it is only possible to go in between them before they like are condensed, right? So there is only like space when they are like accelerating, I suppose, after the green light turns on. So if you hit a car, you would lose, I guess. Maybe. Kind of like Tetris, but all the blocks move at once. Well, the car is a very simple Tetris block, I guess. Cars change colors, moods subtly, so you can predict their behavior. Um, well, I mean, it depends. Like, we don't want a very difficult AI for the cars either, right? But if I make them just go forward, that would maybe be a little bit too simple, right? Maybe. And what happens when you actually go through the red light? The police car comes at you and arrests you, and the game is over. Right? Or if you hit a car, the same would happen, maybe. Objective: cut off as many people as and be as annoying in traffic as possible. Score increases that you cause road rage. I was also thinking of this other idea, like if you are playing like as the criminal, you need to go through as many red lights as possible. And like you're being chased by the police car or something. Right? Which is basically what you do in like the Most Wanted Need for Speed or something, where you, I think if I remember correctly, right? You just need to get as big fine as possible. But I think if we are in a traffic jam, that makes it a little bit easier because we just like go forward and that's it. But we can allow the racks and damages, but that would require physics probably, unless we make all of the cars circular, which would make it easy to implement. Box 2D C. Oh, Box 2D is written in C, not in C++. Maybe we can just try to do that instead of writing our own physics. I'm a little scared to try to do that though. Okay, I think we're onto something. You know what? Let's start this simple. Let's start with the empty road. There is no other cars, and we just need to, and there's just like the traffic light, and that's it. Different idea. You're looking at a brain with a microscope. I need to break something. Oh, maybe like the surgeon simulator where you fix broken brains. You need to like the signals they stop working, and you need to like connect the brain, stitch the brain back together or something. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. Let's do something here. Let's draw a car. How do you do a car? From the top down, I guess, is what we are going to do. So a wheel, and another wheel. It's going to be a red car. Nope. Does this look like a car? Needs roof. Yeah, that's what I was. It's like the windshield. Maybe headlights. What is the color of the headlights? If I draw it yellow? Yeah, I guess yellow works. I think. I don't know. I will do the better art later. Let's just have something for now. My project folder is a little bit too big. Assets. Car PNG. All right, let's start with the car. Let's just do the controls of the car. Right? That would be nice. So I need to. Okay, let's do that. Let's say that we have the assets. Struct. We will have the car textures. Texture assets, because we will have the other ones too, right? Let's do a dedicated one, actually. Assets cast, like here, you know, and then we will have the function load assets. This would return the assets, right? Textures is why am I using Vim right now, by the way, instead of VS Code? I don't know. It's okay. Car is load texture from the assets car PNG. Maybe I actually want to do textures, and then the car would go there, right? It's just called tilt texture 2D. Load texture is path string into texture 2D. So this would be just trailib load texture path. I'm just not sure if we need to configure the texture, right? I want to use. It does seem to work here. Like, do I not need to set the filtering on the textures in Raylib? Yes, you do this. Set texture filter, right? Because, I mean, unless the default filter mode is the pixelation. I don't know, really. Maybe natural colors like bugs, like colorful cars. Yeah, adding the colors to the cars would be nice, right? Generating a random hue for everyone and stuff. That would be nice. Let's start by just having a single car, though. And let's also have the assets T, right? Because I will want to have the assets. This is going to be a context of type assets T, I think. right? So over here we'll say with assets being load assets. We'll use the context system here for this. And this means that I will be able to raylib draw texture. So draw texture takes the texture, which would be what, like current assets, textures car. That's the texture. And then we do the position, right? Let's do 0, 0. And tint is going to be white. Like that. So this gives me the assets T. Right, there we go. I have loaded it. We have drawn it in 0, 0. I want to figure out how to do the camera in the raylib. I'm pretty sure that I want the camera. I want camera 2D. So I begin mode 2D. Do I begin mode 2D after I begin drawing? Or or no? Raylib begin mode 2D. Is that what we want? And over here we say the camera. Right. Say state is current state. This does not work. I think I will just store the camera directly here. So we need to begin mode 2D using the camera. So state camera. Right, and over here we say with state be in its state. I might move this into its own file too, in its state. So what's the camera, right? I need to specify what that stuff is. In raylib bindings. Let's see, the camera 2D. It's not going to be the opaque type, right? It's supposed to be a struct. And to look into the header file to figure it out instead of the cheat sheet, because the documentation is amazing here. We need to look for camera 2D. Okay, offset, target, rotation, and zoom. Vector 2. Offset, target, rotation, and zoom. Wait, this is supposed to be float. What is float, I guess, is the question. And we'll need the vector 2 too. Vector 2 is a struct. What's the definition of vector 2? Is it a struct? Float x, float y? Begin mode 2D. This would take the camera 2D. And then we also want to end mode 2D. This does not take the camera anymore. Right. Float is not found. So what is float? I have not done floats in my stuff here, right? CASD. I have float 6.4. And float 6.4 is a double. And what I need is the actual float, not the double, right? I might just really quickly do the float 32 here. And let's just have the float literal. And the form of string still. Sure. C. And literal would just be a float literal with string. I mean, I could always just go the native expression for the literals, but this would be nicer if I supported it properly. Resolve type aliases. That's not it, right? There we go. If float 32, then it also float 32. All right, let's try building. If I have for forgot about some place here or not, but we will basically do the test MKS over here, right? How about let's just try to do the floating point counter instead. Into with float. Let's do that. So in order to print the float, you need to do what? %F in printf, I think, right? Expression parse 784. Literal. Float. Wrong. Same goes with the float 32. Let's try again. Hello, Robert Pattinson. LudumDare again. Yep. Yep. So far, I just have the say literally. Literally. What? What? You look confused. I think this reminds me of the thing in the Harry Potter when he was like teleporting into the diagonally, and he said diagonally, so he teleported in the wrong place or something. Float is not string. Where in the JavaScript 160? Right. Wait, what? JavaScript lib 160.29. Oh, number literal. Yeah, this should be parsecs. Got it. Because I do store it as a floating point in the number literal in JavaScript. Lol, you said diagonally. Carry ended up in nocturnally. Nocturnally. Do you like the new Harry Potter Balenciaga AI video? I don't think I've seen that. No, you didn't see you making cast language number 1 billion. You misspelled cast. It's with a K, not with a C. Float is not found. No. Oh, right. Yes, because we have a float 32 now, not float. That makes sense. I guess I can just say that float is the float 32, and that should work, right? Nope. Pattern match is non-exhaustive in the C backend 67. 67. In the backend C over here, right? This, what is convert type? Build again. I should not delve into like fixing the language here as much as possible. Let's make this the only change. Adding the floating point support. That's not a double. It's still a work in progress, so things may change. Changing the name. Cast programming language. I guess there is no cast programming language with a C either. Maybe I could draw something in the meantime while we're waiting for the stuff to compile. Memory leak, but the answer is 3.000. Okay, which is correct. Okay, we ignore all of this. Float 32. Then this is good. Next flake update cast. Let's see. So I need to do a sort of a traffic light. Well, I mean, if we are doing this like big road, then the traffic lights could be at the top, right, of the intersection. Basically, that how they do it usually. But I should probably just draw a road first itself, right? How do we draw the road? I think we will. Let's just do the road, right? Which is like gray. Is this the color of the road? And then we have the stuff in the middle. Now, hold on. Like, do I draw a single lane? How does Rockstar make animations for the games? You mean the Euphoria engine, such mysterious technology? Isn't the Euphoria engine just the physics for the like for the ragdolls basically, where they try to like stand while falling down basically? So it's physics plus trying to not fall down or something like that, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we have nothing on the screen now. Amazing. How do I make something else? Oh, well, it's because the camera is not initialized, actually, right? So we need to say the offset. So what should be the offset here? We need offset, we need target, we need zoom, and we need... What else was there? The rotation. Okay, so this is basically the original camera, right? Where at 0, 0, we are looking at 0, 0, right? Can you make a resizable window in Raylib, by the way, so that it like, yeah, something like that is what I want. Can you make resizable window? Yes. How? Bum bum bum. Toggle borderless window. Set window state. Init window. Set window configuration state using flags. Is that supposed to be used before I initialize or after I initialize? This documentation is not obvious. You forgot. Oh, yes. And the documentation doesn't say it. Because this is not documentation, this is a cheat sheet. And what are the flags? What is the list of flags that is available to do here? Why is this just an int? Can I just say 0? No. There's supposed to be something. And it's not in the cheat sheet, probably, right? Do I need to look at the header file? Resize. Resizable. Resize. There is no resize. I mean, is it just resize? Flag window. Yeah. So you have flag window at least, right? That you can look for. Resizable. Run and full screen. Borderless windowed. Is it borderless, not necessarily full screen? What is this? I'm clicking over here. What is this GitHub? Is GitHub like broken with AI or something? Why am I clicking over here, but the cursor is actually over there? This is a fake cursor. This is standard C-leave approach. Right. I mean, you not documenting this stuff, but documenting by the header file, because you're supposed to look at the source at the header file instead of at the actual documentation, or at the examples instead of the documentation. So I want to rate. I don't know. Let's do it after. I'm suppose that after should work, or should it not? I don't know. Set. There's set config flags. What is config flags? Set Windows state. I can also just like inline this natively here, you know, set window flags instead of making the AP, the bindings. Windows state. FFmpeg documentation is pretty much the source of the FFmpeg CLI. Amazing. Okay, window Flag resizable. Let's try that. It's flag window resizable, not window flag resizable. Undeclared. Flag window resizable. Hold on. Did I? Yes, I did have the typo there. No, I had a typo. Okay, so it's resizable, which actually makes the window instead of a floating window in my hyperlent too, by the way. Okay. And then I also want flag window flag borderless windowed mode. Can we do that? There we go. So we just run the game in full screen now. Okay, good. But then in order to set the camera offset to be the center, we need to query the current window size, right? So can I get the window size? There is only set window size. Why is there no get window size in Raylib? You can only get window position, but not get window size, really? There's a oh yeah, because yeah, that makes sense. Get width, get window. No, there's wait, what? Width. Oh, it's get screen width, get render width. Get monitor width. So which one do I want? I need the render width. I mean, what is the coordinate system for this offset in the camera? Camera offset, screen space offset from window origin, which I'm assuming is the render width is what I need. Wait, but I need to convert the wait. It returns integer, right? But I need a float then, right? So I need int to float. I need int to float. Raylib get render width, right? And then I need to divide this by 2. Can you in C just Just say that, and it's going to implicitly convert it anyway. I mean, we can say like float like that, I suppose, right? And that would work. Okay. It does seem to work here. Wait, the window is not resizable. They lied to me. I'm trying to resize it and it doesn't work. No, wait, it's not resizable if you make it full screen. Is that right? Is that right? If I make it just resizable but not full screen, then it's going to initialize like that, and then I can resize it. But if it's what if it's full screen, then I cannot. Aren't you going to put this on each end at the end anyway? Yeah, but yeah, still weird. Also, if it's resizable, how does it work on the Emscripten? I think it does not resize, right? So this is still the canvas size is the same. Oh, resize canvas. What does it mean, resize canvas here? Oh, wait. Oh, it resizes it to be like the entire window, it seems. I could do something. It's also... I'm pretty sure that the texture is not pixelated. Oh, wait, but we don't have any zoom yet, either. Hold on. So I want some zoom on the camera, though, right? Because I want... Okay, also, I changed the X, and I want the Y offset to be the render height divided by 2, which means that the origin of the camera is in the middle of the screen, right? And then you have the zoom. Why is there no flipping of the camera? Why is there no flipping of the camera? This is a little bit annoying because it means that the Y coordinate is still going to point downwards, which is wrong. This is very wrong. But I need to set up the zoom, right? So the zoom would be what? I need to get the render height. If I want to fix like the vertical FOV, right? Let's have the FOV here. We'll start with FOV being the 10, like I usually like to do. Oh, wait, but the texture... Oh, and the texture is like drawn in the coordinates of the texture. Well, which I mean is technically not too bad. But it means that the FOV should be done in terms of the pixel coordinates of the textures that I'm drawing, maybe. That way we would have the fixed pixel density, which is good, sure. But it should be like, if it's like 32, 3020 maybe, is what I want. Right, so zoom would be is it this divided by FOV or the other way around? I'm not sure which one. I think we need to divide by the FOV, right? How instead of coming up with a generic cross operating system, natively supported binary format to distribute sandboxed binaries. We collectively decided to put an operating system browser instead of an operating system and have it do everything completely differently. Yeah. I mean, technically, the WASM can be used to run to do like that thing these days already. Not like as widespread, right? But people do use WebAssembly as basically a cross operating system native binary format for sandboxed binaries with the which should be run with the WASM runtime, which does not have to be the browser. It's not FOV, it's state FOV. Even the side effects, basically nothing the browser does. Oh, nice. The textures are actually pixelated by default. Okay, good. Nothing the browser does has anything to do with what operating system usually does. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But, I mean, technically that's for a good reason. The operating system APIs are allowing you to do too much stuff, actually. And you want those things to be. If you had a 1 million line of code per second compiler, you could just distribute a source archive and still get blazing fast startup time. And two native optimized builds. Right. RMBRT. I recognize your name. This guy is working on the compiler who is doing the 1 million line of code a second compiler. I'm not having the same thing for myself. I'm making a language which is doing less than 1,000. I think I'm doing right now with around 500 lines a second. A little bit far from the 1 million, but yeah. We'll fix that. I mean, the minicast is probably compiling a lot faster than cast, the thing that I'm writing right now. Okay, so we have this. We have the camera, right? We have the camera. You're still only around 1/3 done with your self-hosted compiler. Yeah, I'm around like 1% done with the language. There's so much work to do, and like, yeah, if I was like, I don't know. Do you think it's a good idea to start with performance, because it seems that what you are focusing on, right? Like, I'm instead trying to focus on the high level features first, even although I do want to have the low level stuff. So I'm imagining a language which is like Rust plus Zig plus Coca, if you're familiar with those. So I want compile time evaluation, I want effect system, and I want a good type system to prevent bugs at compile time. I want all of those. You're 12 years into the process and on the fifth rewrite from scratch. Yeah, I'm not that deep yet. I have only been doing it for 1.5 years, and in those 1.5 years I am already on the fourth rewrite from scratch. Yeah, but this fourth rewrite is the self-hosted one, and it is really slow. Oh, you only started performance oriented half a year ago, right? So that's new, right? And so you started still with something that is not performance, right? Which makes sense, I think. Just so that you have something working. I believe the process of having I don't know if you made the interpreter or you just still started with the compiler, but I started with the interpreter, so it's like very easy to implement. Then I was doing the bootstrap is transpiling to JavaScript, and now I'm getting into the C area here. Mhm. Yeah, it's just a little bit annoying when I need to compile my self-hosted project and it compiles for 1 minute. It's very annoying. So I'm considering trying to improve that. Um, but at the same time, I want to work on the self-hosted repository and not on the Bootstrap. So the question is, how much can I tolerate? Uh, all right, there we go. And this works on the web still. Okay, well, I should not be breaking anything with the web until I try to do something with the garbage collector, which we just don't include at all. I might as well just delete this, so we don't even try to use it. Thank you. Stands for Kubiman Rust? No. I think the language is pretty far from Rust, even although, like, I mean, maybe not that far. But yeah. If the clankers ever actually learn to code, I feel like the first sign of unbiased intelligence will be it promptly throwing the entire of our collective software into the garbage. Um, they will rewrite everything from scratch. This is the way. All right, what do we do next? I need to do the controls for the car. Let's just like make sure that we can drive the car around, I suppose, right? So we have the state. The state is going to have the player, and player is going to be the car, right? And we have the car, which is going to be having the position, which is a vector 2. Does the arraylib include the math for vectors, or does it only specify the types? Probably does not include the math for the vectors, right? So we need to write the math ourselves. So we have position, we have rotation, float. Your language strictly limits the set of overloads that are legal for a given set of arguments, which guarantees fast overload resolution. Yeah, that's nice. I personally don't want to do the overloads at all. I instead want to rely on the trait system. But the trait resolution technically is also the one that is not the fast one in the languages which support traits like Rust and Haskell. What about the monomorphization though? Do you have generics in your language or not? So my idea for the speed was to not do the monomorphization. So instead of the templates like you see in C++, we want the generics, which would be type checked immediately instead of on the instantiation. And then instead of doing the monomorphization, we do existentialization, which is what Swift does. So you only compile your template once instead of 1,000 times, which would lead to faster compilation in theory, right? So it depends on like if you write your language and you abuse the templates, then it's still going to be slower than it could be. But if you do the C++ style templates, it's basically always monomorphization. So I think if you are focusing on the performance of the compile times, it might be worth thinking about just compiling the generic code once. Is there a reason to create and maintain two versions, cast and minicast? Yeah, I don't add this information on the website yet. It's because I want to. It's used as an intermediate compilation target. So this way I switch from JavaScript backend to the C backend. I will transpile cast into minicast and then minicast to C. And then instead of the textual representation, we will like not transpile to the text, but to the actual like bytecode or whatever. Right. Yeah, it's because I'm doing the self-hosting. Rewriting the whole cast would be a lot more complicated. I guess. Okay, we have position, we have rotation, we have velocity. I also want to have the angular velocity, or do I? I don't know. Maybe not. How much do I want this physics? Wait, do we do the physics? In your language, for example, you can do v as the vac is 5 for a pre-sized vector. Or you can do stuff like v as the vac is a reserved 5 to a pre-reserved vector. Pre-resized vector or pre-reserved vector. The reserve is the overload resolution symbol for the constructor, right? Yeah, I see. I mean, I would just do the functions instead of having the constructors. I think constructors in general is bad. That's my opinion. So you could just have the standalone functions that create this thing. Like, do you have exceptions in your language? What happens if the exception happens during the inside of the constructor? Can you inside of the constructor use other methods from this struct and stuff? Yeah, it depends what you mean by the constructor. Then you would need to namespace qualify them. Yes, I do agree with that. Do you have not names? Do you not have namespaces? What about destructors? Do you have destructors, and can they throw too? You basically have the C++ semantics then in general, I would assume, right? I think I do want the angular velocity, I guess. Frame. Let's also do update. Delta time. So what's the delta time? How do you calculate the delta time? Is there something like frame time? Get frame time. Time in seconds of the last frame drawn. The delta time. Right. So we just say array lib get frame time. I guess frame. This is draw. We want draw, and then we want to update. Update and draw. That's what we want in a loop. Exceptions in constructors are the bane of your existence, pretty much. You have any space, but you don't want to write auto v is this or something. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, actually, I do like I do like this point. I do like this point. So you say that instead of saying like, right, like you say like my type, like in my language it would be like this. You say x my type is, I don't know, let's say my type dot new, right? This is duplicating this stuff. So you don't want this to be on the right side, so this is inferred. You want this to still be on the left side. And you just want, for any expression, if you know the type of it, you want to be able to specify the constructor automatically without doing the new, right? I do like this idea actually, because I already do this for the initializers, like this over here, right? If I have the variant type, I would also name the variant like some or none, without specifying the type itself. But if you do a custom constructor, yeah, then I cannot do that right now. I'll think about this. Seems like a good idea. Like, I feel like in general though, I would like maybe somehow want to refer to the type of the current expression that I'm evaluating, right? You know, um like like the type dot new something. And you also use the colon for this overload, which is very similar to my variant types. Interesting. Yeah, same reason with how Jai uses dot constant name to refer to enum. Yeah, I'm doing it instead of like the dot, and I'm using the colon there because dot means the initialization of the field, which is a little different. Because otherwise I have the syntax ambiguity. Like if you say something like dot foo, especially when you call a function with dot foo, this could be a named and so I can have the named arguments for the functions. This would have this is basically the shorthand syntax for foo is equal to foo, right? And in other places it's the same, which is why I cannot use the dot foo for that. So I do a colon there instead. Sometimes in Rust, underscore new works, but you never remember when. I think it's... Wait, what? No, there's no way it would work. Well, I mean, it works if you use the trait, right? You can use in Rust the underscore default, for example, right? Not new. If it's done through a trait, then you can, in Rust, infer this thing, right? But if you have a custom... but if you do it without the trait, then you have to spell out this stuff. Like the full syntax is this as default, right? So you don't have to specify the type there. All right, let me see. Update, right? Update car, delta time, and the car is going to be let state is state player. We will have the other cars later, right? Update car delta time. Okay, so we just need to say that car position is vector to add car position and vector to multiply. It's not cat, it's a car velocity by delta time. Right? Vector 2. I'm just going to move this out of here. But we define the operators here. Vector to add. Dr. Java, hello, hello. Oh shit, it's LudumDare. Are you going to do it? Did you forget about it? When we multiply by float, I guess, the vector. Tuples implicitly get converted to constructor arguments. An assignment implicitly is just destructor call followed by constructor call. Right. You have symbolically annotated tuple values as part of the language. It's not a special case of verbal declaration. You can also use it for assignment of words. Right. No, that makes sense. Yeah. Is that a trait? Wait, what? What is this? Rust experiments? Underscore new? Wait, what? I'm pretty sure this must be a trait. But the question is, what trait is that? I guess it's some trait with the new method, I would assume. You get PTSD from Rust. You was forced to use it as work. Well, to each their own. I would rather use Rust than C++ myself, though. What's the problem with Rust, in your opinion? Do you not like the lifetime annotations? Like, you still need to think about it when you're writing your C++, right? But it always sucks when work pressures you. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you are being forced into the language, that's then like I would hate anything that I've been forced to use, I suppose. The horrible part about Rust is where you aren't allowed to refer to a thing from multiple places. What does that mean, though? You are not allowed to refer to a thing from multiple places. What thing? I'm not sure what's the problem there. Mutably, that's what you want to do usually. Well, that's the whole point of Rust, I guess, right? You want to, it tries to do the safety there. So I would say that this is not the problem. This is not a bug. This is a feature, but it needs some like learning of how to work around those things. There are so a lot of ways to work around that. But if you're used to just have a shared mutable stuff everywhere, then I guess I can see how that's a problem. Because you cannot write the code in the way that you are used to write, I guess, right? Referring to a variable means you have to be the sole owner of it, which affects architectures. Yes, it does affect architecture. I agree with that. But I think that this is a good part of Rust. If you know that your design is perfectly safe and does not fail later in your lifetime, you're still not allowed to write it. No, you can. You can do the unsafe, right? Yeah. It means that like you cannot prove it to the compiler. If you cannot prove something to the compiler, you can tell the compiler, "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." That's the way of Rust. But yeah, it is not an easy thing. I understand that. Like, it is something that you need to learn, and when you're forced to use Rust, like you said, at work, and you have limited time to learn the ways of Rust, it can be. I can see how it can get frustrating there, but I don't know. In my opinion, it is very obvious. Like that it is. I mean, not very obvious. In my opinion, it is obviously better than trying to maintain the like the proofs of safety in your head, right? Your code base is going to grow, and you're going to forget about like the invariant that you had to maintain in order for your code to be perfectly safe and to adhere to the lifetimes in your C++, and you're going to have undefined behavior as a result, and everything's going to crash, or like something weird is going to happen. I don't know. It's like, do you trust yourself as a programmer, basically, right? And I guess the people who don't like Rust in general, they I don't know, maybe you're just a very careful programmer. I am not. I'm a bad programmer, so I want the compiler to check the code for me. I don't want to think about the lifetimes. I want someone else to think about it, and that's where the Rust compiler helps me. So I appreciate it. It does mean that I need to sometimes like change the architecture a little bit, or something, right? But it is a good thing, in my opinion. It can get annoying sometimes when you're trying to do something quick, but when you do that, I don't know, you can throw in, like, you can use the garbage collector if you want, by adding a crate that does that. Or, like, I mean, usually you overcome these situations by using, I don't know, something like arc mutex, I guess. This is, I mean, not usually, right? But as a like, this is the solution that would work, basically. You don't really make lifetime mistakes anymore for 16 years of programming. I don't know, you're just a good programmer, I guess. And I've been programming for more than 16 years too, and I still do make these mistakes all the time. So yeah, maybe we're just, you have been writing different programs that I have been for the last 16 years, I guess. There's no way, like, people who are writing the like, every software that has been there for like a long time has seen like some of the mistakes, right? People find the new like critical vulnerabilities in the old software, which has been written by experienced programmers all the time, right? So yeah, but if you are confident in yourself, sure. Um, I'm not. And yeah, as soon as you have multiple people working on, the invariants get broken, right? Because like there needs to be communication that is happening for the invariants, right? People need to understand each other, right? But why do that if you can have the tool to do this for you automatically? Right? So which is also why Rust is much better if you're working with a team, right? I think C++ is good when you basically can keep the entire program in your head, which is never true if you're working on something for long enough time, in my opinion, unless it's something very small, which is why I think that it's only good for, like, I don't know, solving leet code problems, maybe. Um, or something. If I want to maintain something, I don't want uh, to be remembering shit. Yeah. But here I am, and yeah, and this is why I was not doing the C backend for my language in the beginning, but I was using the JavaScript because I'm really scared that I'm going to make mistakes, and I already know that we're going to have issues once I switch my backend from JavaScript to C. And we will spend a bunch of time debugging it. So hopefully it doesn't take too long to debug my stuff. Yeah, my programming is often bottlenecked by trying to think about the whole program architecture and flow to keep it in your head and a huge monolith, right? Yeah, so like I don't like doing that. I want to split the things into small parts as much as possible, and then you combine them from the small parts. So you only need to think about the small part, right? And if you want performance in that small part, you abstract the unsafety into the safe interface, which is so basically the idea is to have the APIs which are impossible to misuse, right? If you can do that, that's automatically better than whatever. Then you don't need to keep things in your head of how to use the API correctly. Like think about this raylib over here, right? What happens if I try to draw something before initializing the window? This API does not prevent me to try and close the window before I initialize the window, right? So what's going to happen? Is it undefined behavior? Is it or is there like a runtime check in raylib on every function call that I have initialized, right? If I try drawing something before doing the begin drawing, what's going to happen, right? I need to think about these things to use the raylib API correctly, and I don't like that because it's very easy to misuse on accident. But yeah, if there are people who can write big programs in these languages, I wish I could do that, but I'm just a bad programmer. Okay, let's do the stuff now. So we want to say that the player controls, right? I need to, so I'm adding the velocity, but I need to do the arrow keys for controlling the car, right? You often get paralyzed for months trying to make sense of your program. Your sound is choppy occasionally. I thought it was fixed, but yeah. Is it happening like very often? It was happening pretty often previously, but now, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a problem with Linux, you know. Um, and I need to configure something, but I have no idea how to debug it because I don't listen. I don't hear myself. Every few minutes. Oh, that's very often, though. No, that is very often. Unless maybe it is the wrong settings on the noise filtering or something. I would like to know how it sounds like. If someone can clip it for me next time. Inference from the phones. No, I think the problem is my GPU. To be honest, or something like that. I have my PC shutting down sometimes, and I think these things are connected, but I don't know how to prove it. And maybe it's also the issue with the settings. Do I use like a lot of CPU right now? Not really. Yeah, I have like the GPU and like I have figured out recently that I should power it differently. It's powered right now with a single cable from the PSU, but you are supposed to power it with using two separate cables because the single cable can only produce so much voltage or something, right? And if there is the GPU like a power, like a sudden demand in power, then the single cable cannot do that. So I need to redo the cable management there. But I'm scared to open my PC. This might be the reason, or there might be some like software issue. Like my GPU is just, I don't know. It's just bad. I have the 5700 XT. I've seen a lot of issues with this one online. Like when I use the Windows, it shuts down even more often. On Linux, it is when I'm trying to use the CPU for a long time. Like I was trying to compile the VLC for like 3 times already, and every time it shut down my PC. You also had choppy sound yesterday. You assume it was either due to low latency audio mode or due to wireless phone station on your desk and the signal. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, there, like, I don't know if you're using Linux. I do have some settings there, but I'm not sure. Audio, right? Like, I was trying to like fix the pipe wire to fix the stutter, because I at some point I had this stuttering audio issues on my speakers too. That is at least something that I can debug myself. But so I changed like the quantum stuffs here, whatever that means. Right? But the microphone is something that I don't know how to debug unless someone tells me it on stream. But even now that I know that I have the issue still, I don't know how to fix it. Use XFCE, right? On Ubuntu 25. Well, so the audio stack is probably the same for you and me then. So there is like the pipe wire settings that you can try tweaking potentially. Anyway, let me get back to making the game, right? I'm making the game, Penguin Operator. The game is going to be, so the theme of the LudumDare is lights. No, not lights. The signal is the theme, right? And we are going to go in a car in a traffic jam and trying to make progress in a traffic jam or something like that. I'm not sure. And there's going to be the traffic lights. So like, yeah, something like that. But we're not sure about the game yet. I'm just making a car go move around for now. And we have been talking about the language instead of making progress, but that's okay. So I want to be able to control the car now, right? Here, when I say update, no. Let's do this. Player control. Or I guess player input is what I want, right? And then I want to player input get, I guess. It's a function that will return the player input. So what are we currently pressing? Am I pressing left? Or I guess maybe if we want to support more precise stuff, right? We want to say basically steering is a float, I guess, and accelerate is a float from, so like these are all from 0 to 1. This is like -1 to 1. And yeah, I mean, we can do the accelerate from -1 to 1 too. It's okay. Yeah, we basically say that if Signal. Maybe let's hack traffic lights over internet like when Watch Dogs. Yeah, I'm trying to make something simple, right? Because I'm testing my language here. Whether we have not really hit any bugs yet, but who knows? Accelerate is 0. Steer is 0. If raylib is key down, is that what it's called? I forget. Yes, is key down, key left. Then we say steer is we're going to add the -1 there. Wait, I don't have the negative. Hold on. That makes sense. I'm not like for the negative numbers, I don't do the lexing. Like the token is, this is still 2 tokens. Which means that we need to add the neg float 1, I suppose. Right? Key left, key right. That just adds 1. Do you think it should be like the token? Or a function? I think it's usually the token in that language, right? Key left, key up, key down, and then we return the accelerate is accelerate and steer. Steer. Does the compiler do any constant folding yet? The mini cast compiler doesn't do anything. No. The cast compiler, yes. We're doing the constant evaluation. And then whatever you have evaluated at compile time is what is the folding. I'm not doing like further folding than the than whatever is explicitly evaluated at compile time. But I'm not writing cast, I'm writing minicast. Minicast doesn't do anything. But this is something that maybe like is going to be optimized away by the C, right? Well, I mean, we can like subtract here instead of saying negate, right? We can sub 1 versus add 1. Okay. So I'm going to say that this is my player input. Or should it be like the car input, right? Because we are going to like basically generate this stuff for the other cars too, and they are going to use the same thing, right? This is get player input, and this would be the car input, you know. And then we will const. Yeah, so we update the car. I give it the input here, right? So the input would be get player input here. Update car takes the input, which is car input. Oh no, the Vim is broken. No, it's fixed. Okay. So I want to say that car velocity is vector2 add car velocity vector2 like, how do you construct the vector at the looking at the specific rotation? Vector2 new vector2 from angle, maybe from angle car rotation. I want to do that. Then I want to multiply this by the car acceleration. That's going to be a constant or something, right? One, 5, I don't know. Car max speed is also something. So we need to have the vector from angle, car acceleration, and then I need to also multiply this by the delta time, right? Then after we add this, we also need to clamp maximum length of this vector to be car max speed, right? Like that. Well, maybe it should not be accelerate, actually, right? Should it be accelerate? It's not the accelerate. It's more like my target speed is what we want here. Target speed. But it should be from -1 to 1, right? Because we are going to... I don't want to do the acceleration. Here is what I'm going to do. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to add to the velocity the let's see, target velocity is equal to the is equal to that multiply the vector from angle car rotation multiplied by input target velocity, but I'm going to multiply that by the car maximum speed, basically. There we go. So I have the maximum speed, and then I'm going to add to the velocity vector to clamp max length. What is the deadline? 1 hour, 1 day, 13 hours. Right? clamp max length. I want to subtract the from the target velocity, the current velocity, right? So we're going to add that, but it should not be more than delta time multiplied by car acceleration. Okay, this should work. Now I just need to make these functions, right? Yep. Vector 2 from angle is angle, which is a float. This should return the vector 2. So this would be just x is equal to cosine of the a, and y is sine of a, right? Let's have a sine x float. Sine x sine sine. What else? We wanted to subtract the vectors. Is releasing the forward input supposed to apply brakes? Do you think that's not how it's... Yeah. Do you think that's not how it's supposed to be? Do you think it should be the acceleration there instead of the that? It'll feel like an RC car. Yeah. Maybe like the deceleration should be different. Yeah, I understand it's like different. I agree. Maybe it should be acceleration then after all, instead of the target speed. Yeah. Fine, acceleration. We change it back. Accelerate. But I can still say the target will yeah, fine. Fine, then we don't do this. Then we're doing it differently. Let me just comment this out. Maybe I will change my mind again. Car velocity. Let's do clamp max length to the car max speed. And we're going to add to the current car velocity from angle. We're going to multiply from angle rotation. Multiply that by accelerate delta time car acceleration And we also multiply that by the delta time. This is not how I wanted to be formatted, but it's okay. Wrong chat. Why not log it out and have it trace it? Okay, I think I also don't have the clamp max length. Of the vector 2 by the max length, which is a float. We need to get the current length of the vector, and then we say if it is greater, if the length is greater than the max length. Well, if not, then we're just going to return the original vector. But if it is, then we need to vector to multiply the v by max length divided by the length, right? Which means that we also need the vector to length. This would be just the square root of vector 2 dot vv. You found that the gem date is stuck to 2019. You mean like on the website? Where? Oh, you mean this thing? Yes, edit me. Yes. Yeah, the LudumDare is run perfectly fine. Don't just ignore this. I mean, that's the yeah, the guy who is running the LudumDare. They don't want to run it anymore. It's been cancelled in 3 years. Apparently, if you didn't know. Car acceleration not found. Car acceleration. Now, called object sin, which is not a function or function pointer. Wait, what? Oh, because I have, okay, that makes sense. Because this is a little bit annoying. This is a little bit annoying, but like we cannot have the function called sin because like this is the function called sin, right? Yeah. Can I do like math sin? I need to add namespaces here maybe. Or I mean it's just supposed to be a native function or whatever. Let's do math. Math. This is okay. Manual name mangling, yeah. And then that's the same stuff we do in Raylib already, right? Yeah, I'm considering adding the namespaces to minicast so that this name mangling could be done automatically. But I don't know if we actually need it. Oh, I need to include the math H, of course. It's not included also. We'll just include it once, like that. And it's okay. Wait, what is this? Undefined reference to sin. glibc. Wait, what? Excuse me? Is that normal? libam? I need to actually link with the libmath? Is that right? Like L M? Or is it like math? L math? C math. Just LM? I thought for some reason this is the built-in stuff. But yeah, this works. It does compile, but nothing works. Okay. So why am I still not moving? Mm. Um. Uh, print. Print string. Um. Like, I am getting there, right? Let's check. Yes, the app is definitely pressed. Okay. Should I try to print the acceleration? Print, float, accelerate, print, string. Okay, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, right? So like this is definitely correct. Okay. We can try to vector 2 print. Like, should this be here instead of there? Or should it be in the printing? This is the decision, the important decision. Where does the printing of the vectors go? In the vector or in the print module? And like to have the namings, then like if it's a method, supposedly, then it should be like that, right? But if it's a persistent function, then it's different. Print string. Print float Vx. Float Vy. Wait, what? This is my velocity right now? There is no way. That's not what it is. We're doing something wrong here in the math, I suppose. I'll get rid of this comment. Is the camera centered on the car? No, it's centered on 0, 0. I never changed the camera center. But yeah, it's weird that the car is not moving. Maybe I should print the car position too, just in case. But like it's supposed to be 0, 0 here all the time. Wait, it's not 0, 0. Why is the camera? Wait, what? It is not 0, 0. Do I have undefined behavior or something already? Like I'm not changing the camera. I'm only changing the camera offset and the zoom based on the current like render width and height, because we can resize the window. But the target of the camera is always 0, 0. Oh, because I draw it always at 0, 0. There we go. I don't draw it actually, right? We need to say car draw. And this should be like car update, by the way. We need to say car draw. State player, I suppose. Car position X, car position Y. But I think that we cannot use this API. Because this is taking integers actually. Right? Because it expects the integer got float over here. Because the raylib takes integers when you draw stuff instead of floats, unless you use a different API, right? So we want draw texture. We want what? Draw texture. Well, we also will want to rotate it. Draw texture pro. Draw texture and patch. Do we use the pro version? with pro parameters. Amazing. Okay. Because only then... No. We can do draw texture X. X is good enough. Texture, position, rotation, scale, and tint. I have a question. What do you rotate around when you draw the texture? What is the origin of the rotation in this case? How am I supposed to figure this out? Just by trial and error? Instead of reading by the documentation, of course. We want to do draw texture X. Draw texture X, right? So the arguments are texture, position, vector 2, rotation, scale. Scale is float, by the way. So if you want like the stretching and shrinking, like you do have specified the origin here, by the way. Hold on. No, we want the pro. I think we want the pro version. What is the patch info though? But then we need to what? To say the source and destination. What does that even mean? So we want to we're able to draw a subtexture basically, right? And what are the coordinates that I would give it in the UV from 0 to 1, or in the texture coordinates, which are pixel coordinates? And what's the destination? Why is the destination a rectangle? Oh, because it like... And like this is the UV coordinates, and this is the world coordinates before we rotate. So this way we can stretch it easily, I think. I don't think this is the viewport. No. Yeah, like this is where we do it. And then we rotate this rectangle over the origin, and this is this origin given in relative, probably not relative to this destination rex, right? But like you rotate this rectangle around this origin by this rotation. Is that right? Okay, let's try the pro version. Texture, source, rectangle, destination, rectangle, road, then origin, vector 2, rotation, and tint. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Draw texture pro. Texture, source, dust, origin, rotation, and tint. So we want to draw texture pro. Draw texture pro max. Okay, so this is a little bit difficult, right? I need to also figure out what is the rectangle here. It's just X, Y, width, and height. Top left corner. And like the fact that this is the top left instead of bottom left is triggering me a little bit. What about you, Raymarch? What do you prefer the Y-axis to be? Up or down? Y forward, X right, Z up. I agree with that, but when you do a top-down view, it basically means that Z is up, which is into the camera, and Y is up and X is right. Right? But if I was to do a first person, yes, Y would be forward. I agree. Because the map is the 2D one, basically, where we have X and Y, and Z is the third dimension, which is the height. But if we do a top-down game, then yeah. Boom, 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 boom. I want to create this struct, a rectangle, X, Y, width, and height. Probably why downloads images are usually stored as columns as rows. Yeah, but that's implementation detail, which I don't like. But I mean, yeah, it's because of the history, I guess. Because the first rendering was happening in the terminal, and that's where you do the column and row stuff, right? So I think it's just historical reasons. And people got used to that. But it's still wrong. Okay, source and destination. Okay. Let source rectangle is. So what do we do here? Let's try this. X is 0, Y is 0, width is 1, and height is 1. Or should this be something different? Let's do source rect dest. Let's do source rect and source rect twice. The origin is going to be 0.5, 0.5. The rotation is going to be p divided by 2, so 1.5, right? Let's try that. And tint is going to be white. Let's just see what's going to happen on the screen. The origin is relative to the destination rectangle size. How can it be relative? Oh, the comment in the H or over here? Because this does not have the comment, the cheat sheet. So I'm supposed to look at the header file, right? Maybe I should open the Rayleigh page, like here somehow. If I go to Rayleigh page over here, I can do the draw texture. There we go. We're using the draw texture pro. No. Where is the documentation of the origin? Note. Origin. There is no such thing. It's not in the header file. It's in the repository. Like, so I'm supposed to. So where am I supposed to look for the documentation? In the C. So in the implementation, there is no way I'm supposed to look there for documentation. No, I'm refused. But hold on, like it makes no sense though. Like this wording makes no sense. How can you be relative to the size? How can you be relative to size? Origin is a position. It should be relative to a different position, right? How can it be relative to size? What does this even mean? I can say that like what does this even mean? Might as well just read the implementation. Fine. Origin. Destination X minus origin X. There you go. So, okay. It's not to the destination rectangle size, but to the destination rectangle top left corner. And destination, not the source, by the way. I guess which does make sense. Right now I'm not doing anything. So what's wrong here? Let's do 32 and 32. In the web GPU, the clip space, Y direction, and the frame buffer space Y direction are flipped. So if you pass your vertex position in the fragment shader, then dfdx is as expected, but dfdy is negative when you think it would be positive. This seems like the wrong direction, though. Hold on. Is this done in... Wait. Wait a second. Is the rotation not in radians? What is the rotation in? This is just a float. There is no way. Jag to red. There's no way. Why would you use the degrees in the API? Because it's simpler? Sure. Okay. Why would they do that? Let's do angle.mks. Let's do this. Radians too complicated, right? Let's do this. Angle is radians. It's float. We're going to make our own type for the angle, and then I'm going to say angle radians, angle float, and this would return the angle dot radians, but we will also want the angle degrees, which would be radians multiplied by pi. No. Multiply float radians divide float 180 divide by pi. And this is a native one, right? You should set your string category to comedy. No, that's just C programming. Well, I mean, people like C, right? So there is something to this. Well, I mean, it's fun, I guess, right? Figuring these things out. Oh, they meant this thing. Oh, they meant this thing. Right? If I knew what if I knew the things from the beginning, I would not be guessing. That, like, what's the fun in that, right? Yeah, but this over here must be this, unless I make my own camera struct too. A little weird. Then where's my camera? I mean, where's my player? Wait, I never initialized with the player. So I guess it just was the default. Which actually, wait, what? Why was this even working? I'm supposed to not. I'm not checking that I'm initializing all the fields. Which I should. The libraries break me. I feel like it should store the degrees instead. And if we want the radians, then we would do the pi. Within proprietary IP camera driver code that was all single C file, which has about 7 kinds of different indentation with which sometimes switch to mid-function, mid-loop. They give you a function, takes 3 pointers. The docs of that function are you don't need to worry about the lifetime. I call it segfaults. I debug it. Turns out it was the lifetime issue. You're just being toxic. Right? Classic Rust programmer. Just get good. This is the thing that happened a week ago? You mean like at your job? Vector 2 from angle. Yeah, and this would be the angle actually then. I want this API to be better. From angle, like, right, this. This is going to be, this is going to be the angle, which is actually angle. And then over here, I will say angle cost and angle sin. I think that is nice. Right? Angle. So we say angle cost is angle into float. And this would be math cos of angle radians angle. Like this. Anything else? Angle not found in current scope. In which scope? Line 21. Okay. Let's do that. Let's say... So this over here is expected to be the degrees, right? So we do angle degrees of the car dot rotation, right? That's what we want. Then the destination rect. Okay. Source rect. I mean, the source rect, by the way, should be the size of the texture. Can we query the size of the texture in Raylib? Texture width. Width. Can I get the texture width and height? Because how otherwise would I know? There is no way. I cannot? Or is it like part of the texture struct, maybe? Yes, there is struct texture. Wait, is texture 2D a texture? Yes, it is. So we have the width and height there. Okay, good. So this would be texture. Is that right? So width is going to be this. We need int to float texture width, and we need int to float texture height. But we cannot do that really, because we don't know the fields of it, right? Texture 2D doesn't have the fields. Unless we make this binding properly. Texture 2D. This should not be the opaque type, it's a struct. Right? Which has the... I guess we can ignore the ID, I just need the width. Right. Other fields. We ignore the other fields, basically, and that should be fine. From here. Expected field depth. Bindings. Yeah, I need a dot. There's a native const. Yeah, native const is just this is just the declaration basically of something in the C. I had the same for the function, then I broke it because I turned my function into closures, which is why we need to do this. Wait, what is that? Field car has incomplete type. Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean you have incomplete type? Texture 2D is incomplete. Wait, isn't it defined in Raylib? Oh, because it's not a yeah, because if I use a struct here, then this is wrong, right? It's yeah, I need to say just texture. Because this is a different namespace, right? If I say texture 2D now, that would be fine, right? But this struct name is the texture. I don't have a struct texture 2D. Right. C is weird. Okay. Let's just call it texture. Fine. Texture 2D is the alias. Type texture 2D is not found in assets. Did I not save this file? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Okay, now, now we need to figure out why is my position like this. Although, that is weird, right? Let's debug that. So this is when I'm updating the car. Let's see. Let's try that. Maybe vector to print that. Let's try printing the things one by one. Hello, Brainoid. How are you? Did you start on your game yet? Okay, so this is all right. Now let's try printing this stuff. Oh, wait, it has 1, 0 still? That's what I'm adding to my velocity, which makes sense, right? But I mean, hold on. This is wrong. I think my vector multiply is wrong. Is that right? Let me see. Vector multiply. No, x. Yes, x is add. This is wrong. Mal. Okay. Yeah, sometimes you just do a typo in your math library. You took the first shift. Is what between 3 a.m. and 8 a.m. for you because others weren't available. It's a mess. You're a mess. It's okay. Everything is a mess. Everyone is a mess. Everything is a mess. I have not seen anything that's not a mess. Five hours block is not really enough to reflect your idea. Yeah, I do think that that is true. Okay, but does it mean that I am now going to be able to actually move the car? Let's see. I'm pressing the button, it doesn't move. Oh, wait. I know why, though. It's because I'm still rendering it. Right? I'm still rendering it at the source rect. So how about we do this? Oh, yeah. Yeah. How about this? How about that? What I want... I want to have the origin as source rect width divided by 2. I'm going to divide this by 2. It doesn't really matter though. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Am I? No. No. Something is wrong. Where expected type into got float? In line 61. Over here, into float. Oh, the rectangle actually is already a float. Okay. I don't need to convert it anymore then. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So I want the origin to be that. Origin is relative to the destination, right? So I want the destination rect. I think we want to say that destination rect is equal to the source rect, but then I'm going to say that destination rect.x is equal to add destination rect.x and car position x, and same goes about the y, and that should be fine, maybe. Okay, I'm moving, but I'm moving to the right because the zero angle is actually moving to the right. So this is correct. I will want to change my accelerations and stuff, right? Because we are actually working in pixels. So we want it to be like, let's do 100 for both of these things. Right, but the zero angle, wait, if the y-axis is rotated to the if the y-axis is pointing downwards, does it mean that positive rotation is clockwise instead of counterclockwise, right? I hope so. I hope so. It's C, never assume. You have a solid idea yet? No, the idea is not solid. I'm just making something here. I'm just going to go in a car and stop at the traffic lights. And I mean, there is some very, very vague idea. And I'm going to end the stream soon, but I might come back later today. So I'm not sure how much I'm spending. I need to like. Yeah, I need to do something here, but it means that the game is probably going to be bad. But that's okay. Like I cannot implement something that is good anyway, probably in this language yet. In the short period of time. Yeah, like what I'm saying is that I probably should just draw the car rotated by 90 degrees clockwise like this, right? Because this is the default rotation. Going to the right. And then let's also do the rotation, right? Let's say const car steer maximum rotate maximum angular speed. This should be angle, I think. You can actually push a matrix to fix the coordinates. There's also the model matrix that you can push, just like in the old OpenGL. Is there like GL begin, GL end here too? Well, I mean, that's basically what Railib is, right? It seems. Push. I don't see the pushes here, though. We can draw mesh. Get camera matrix. No, I don't see anything like that. Unless we draw the meshes directly. There is no RL push metric. I mean, this is the cheat sheet, right? I guess it's not in the cheat sheet. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's okay. I think. Angle from degrees. No, I think it's just not in the cheat sheet. It's probably like here, RL push. No, actually, it's not in the Rayleigh page either. RL push matrix is not here. Yeah, it's not here. It's just private, I suppose. Let's say that we can do a 360 a second. And then we say angular acceleration. And we can get to that speed in a second too. Sure. Maybe we'll fix this constants. So, okay, so we need to do eventually that car rotation is equal to angle add car rotation, and we need to add the angle multiply the car angular velocity. We multiply that by what? Just by the delta time, right? But then we need to figure out the angular velocity. Our angular velocity is angle. So we have the input steer from -1 to 1, right? Let's say target angular velocity is angle from degrees. No, it's just angle multiply input steer. We multiply the car maximum angular speed. I call it speed and then velocity here. I don't know. So then we say angle add, angle sub, target angular velocity from the car angular velocity. And then we add to car angular velocity the subtraction, and you say angle clamp absolute value by the car angular acceleration. Okay, let's see. We want angle add A, angle B is angle. It just says that degrees is add float A degrees B degrees. Add sub maybe multiply by floating point number though. Clamp absolute value.
Does this work? Yeah, I also need the negation. I don't have the shadowing implemented properly because we still like convert the symbols as is when I'm doing this to C, and C does not do the shadowing. Um, let's do that. Okay. Okay, look at this. Okay, it feels like I'm on ice. Wait, should we be able to rotate like this? Probably not, right? That's not a car. Um, the rotation speed. Yeah, that's like a spaceship there. The rotation should depend on our current velocity, actually, right? Right. So yeah, let's say target angular velocity is that. Sure. But the acceleration, right? The acceleration should be not just acceleration, right? Maximum angular acceleration. Maximum angular acceleration is not the current angular acceleration, but this is the acceleration, what, at maximum speed. A car would do that if there was no friction. Well, I mean, you would not. Well, if it was not, if there was no friction, the car would not rotate even, right? You rotate the wheels, but you still go in the same direction, and you would not be able to move if there was no friction either. I guess. So this is the acceleration, what, at the maximum speed. So I need to figure out the current velocity, right? Let me see. Current speed is car velocity. I want to have the direction. Car direction. Direction is this. Right, so I'm going to have the vector. I need to the dot product of the velocity and the direction. Yeah. Divide that by the car maximum speed. Current. I mean, this is the current like speed, I guess. So maximum direction is multiply this by the dividing of the current speed by the maximum speed of the car. Like that. Angular acceleration is still the angle. Wait, what? Something is wrong there. Something is wrong. Okay, if I press left, right here, nothing happens. Then I can start moving. Then I press left. Something is wrong a little bit. I'm just holding left here. And I release left. Oh, wait, but this can be negative. Oh, yeah. What happens if this is negative? If this is negative, then we need to like do it in the opposite direction, basically. Wait, what should happen then? Yeah, driving backwards should reverse the steering. If less the maximum angle of acceleration is this is less than 0. Then we need to say that maximum angular acceleration is going to multiply. Well, this is like angle degrees, I guess, whatever. If that's less than 0, then we say this is multiply the maximum acceleration by a -1. And we'll also say that target angular velocity is also multiplied by -1. Hello, Bigorli.
Hello, Pgorly.
It still is wrong. But the dot of velocity and direction is already negative if you're going backwards. Yes. So the current speed is negative, which means that this is going to be negative, right? I mean, we could like check this in a different place, I guess, but instead of checking the current speed, I guess, yeah, I guess I can check the current speed, right? If current speed is less than 0, then we are going to do that. Maximum angular acceleration is that, and targeted velocity is going in the opposite direction. Something is still wrong though. No, something is very wrong here. Why? Why am I? Oh, hold on. It's been a while since I did math. Current speed as dot product of the velocity and direction. We divide that by the maximum speed, multiply that by the angular acceleration to get like how quickly we can turn. The maximum angular acceleration should be positive, so we're making sure that it is positive by doing this thing. I'm clamping it. So the question is my target angular velocity, and that is going to be just the maximum multiplied by the input steer. Oh wait, no. The maximum angular velocity is this. Hold on, no. Maximum angular acceleration is still this. Yeah. We need to maximum angular acceleration here, I think. The target angular velocity is multiplying this by input steer, but then I need to also multiply the input steer by dividing the current speed by car maximum speed, I think. And then if it's negative, then it's going to be handled automatically here. And I don't even need to do this, I think. Do I? I feel like I don't. Okay, so right now we don't have the friction, like sideways friction though, which we should also add. Let's add the sideways friction. That side velocity is dot of car velocity normal, I don't know, like side direction. Let's say that side direction is vector 2 rotate 90 direction. So then we do this, I can also say that car velocity, we can just subtract this angular velocity completely. So we're going to do vector 2, we can subtract from the car velocity the multiply of the side direction by the dot product of the side direction and car, and I mean by the side velocity. We'll just subtract that stuff from there. Yeah, I can leave a little bit of the tire sideways. Let me just make sure that it works. If I don't, okay. I'm rotating too quickly. This is too fast, right? Like this is the rotation at the maximum speed, which should be like a lot lower. Maybe even like 50 here is what we want. Not sure about the acceleration. Now this is too slow. I feel like this is still too slow. 200. I feel like the angular acceleration, though, could be slower. Maybe if I do 50 here. Let's see what's going to happen then. It still is instant. I think. Oh wait, I think I know why. Because we're clamping the angular acceleration, but I need to multiply the acceleration by the delta time because I did not do that. Can you link the gem? The gem. It's ldgem.com. If you have never participated in this, I think you need like the secret registration code, which I'm not sure what it is and where to get it because this website is like, I don't know. Maybe you can figure it out somehow. But this website like literally says edit me on the front page, so probably finding that information is not that easy. It is somewhere. Okay, yeah, and now it is too slow. Of course. I think 200 should probably be fine. I don't know. I actually think that maybe we do want to be able to rotate relatively quickly. Like turn our steering wheel pretty quickly is what we want, right? Okay. So like I'm just switching left and right, and this is the speed at which we can like steer the steering wheel. Is this good? Maybe. It would be nice if I could show the wheels rotating, though. Of course. But this is already something. Also, I feel like the car should still like slow down on its own, even if I don't accelerate, but just like very slowly. Car, like deceleration. I don't know. Auto acceleration maybe. And it's going to be like 10. What about drifting? Yeah, we could add drifting, but you like this was supposed to be the game about the traffic jam. Do you drift in a traffic jam? Do you guys drift in a traffic jam? Do I just add to the input accelerate? Over here, I'm just going to subtract. No, that's not what I'm going to do. I think we want car velocity minus is. I want to subtract from car velocity the current speed. I'm going to multiply the direction by current speed. But I'm going to clamp that. Clamp maximum value maybe is what we want of the current speed by r auto deceleration times delta time. Like that. Max. Clamp max dx d max d just clamp max negate the max and max. Okay, you want some drifting? We can do some drifting. We basically do the same, but with this side, right? Yeah, because over here, right? I'm just going to clamp maximum on the side velocity. It's going to be clamped to the multiply the car drift delta time. Car drift. Let's see. So if it's 100, what's going to happen then? 100 basically means that I'm going by 90. Oh no! What did I do? I need my formatter to not do that. But it does that. If, yeah, I need to like not do that. If I have errors in my syntax, car drift is 100. If we have the errors during the formatting, we should not format anything. Okay, you can see the drift here, right? You can see the drift. I'm thinking of increasing the maximum speed a little bit of the car. Although if we're in a traffic jam, then it's probably not going to be there. Yeah, you can definitely see the drift now, right? All right. We have the car that is moving, and let's also make sure that it works on the web, just in case. It should. There is not much time left to actually make a game, so like, what's the minimum amount of stuff that we need to add to this moving car so that we actually have a game that's about signals? Is the question. But here is my stuff on the browser. Wait, what? Why is it so laggy here? There's no way. Why is it so laggy in the browser? I'm just doing some C code basically here. This feels laggy. Is it using the software renderer? No, it's not. Is it? Oh, wait. Wait. Am I not compiling with optimizations or something? I'm doing EMCC. OS? I'm using OS. Should I do the O3 instead? Or is there like optimizations, but... No. This feels laggy, but why? I don't know. Anyway, I'll have to go. Car goes blur. Okay. Bum 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 bum. What is that? I did not click that. Um, not English. TCAP is on a break. I don't know. Let's go to Sheepolution then. There's Brainoid in chat. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye. I might come back later today.